Hello, hello. Hi, Prasnet. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, OHQ. Okay. So give me a moment. It's just starting, but in a bit we're gonna get into the thick of it. Bork AFK, 10 minutes. Stream starting in 20. Let's go. I'll be right back. Hello, 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 everybody. Minister of Defense. Wait, isn't that Minister of War now? I'm joking. I guess it depends on the country. What's going on? Uh, Life is good. Life is good. Thank you. Hello, Joker Dan. Also, hello, people on YouTube. Okay, so what is the plan for today? The plan for today is as follows. A little bit of chores. Then I'm gonna try. Hey, Ninjatron. I'm gonna try to update Zin to latest Zig because we need to do that in order to update the version of Translate C that we depend on. I got APR merged that was important for Zin. So this is not Translate C proper, but it is ROCC. Man, why do I have this so much zoomed in? Holy shit. Oh man, Becca has been very active. No, 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 no. No. Oh wait, is this did my PR fall very far behind because it was open for a while? Wait, are these not sorted by like when they got merged? Yeah, I guess they were not sorted by when they got merged. So I got this PR merged. So um well, this is a comment that I left a while ago. Then I learned some stuff and I learned how to actually do it properly. But basically, now uh, ROCC supports resolving nested frameworks um, in macOS because apparently there's frameworks that can be nested inside of the frameworks and they have special rules for resolving header files. So that's in. Um, this was my first contribution to ROCC. And so it would be nice if we could pull this in and see if now Zine, yeah, you see, lucky customer number 1,000. By the way, 1,000 PRs on ROCC already. Holy shit. Becca is cruising. And yeah, we update Zine so that we can test this stuff out and hopefully we can remove some of the hacks because right now in Zine there's a lot of C header files that have been ad hoc translated to Zig with an older version of Zig. And that just sucks. So let's try to remove some of these hacks and I don't know, assess where we are. That being said, assessing exactly where we are with regards to this stuff is not going to be immediately obvious because first we need to make sure that the version of everything matches, and that is kinda all over the place right now. So there's also going to be that. I invented my own DSL for writing HTML to a SCDIO writer. Nice. I mean, this works. Yeah, for sure. There are languages out there that make this nicer. I think technically, if you wanted to have um an even more compact way of doing this, you could have your own um man, how is it called? There's a language that is essentially HTML, just less verbose. And so in theory, you could make it so that you have one big format string where you don't use the format string syntax that Zig normally uses, but you have your custom one. And essentially, you use that language that I'm thinking about that I forget the name of. People use it sometimes in snippets. Like they have the editor configured to use it. So they write that thing and then they, I don't know, press a button to essentially quote unquote macro expand it and it expands to normal HTML. So I guess that's a way in which you could even save some more typing. Although obviously that would prevent you from being able to use logic because here here you have the advantage that you can put logic in front of some of these things. In that case, either you wouldn't be able to put logic, or you would want that thing to support logic. But now we're clearly entering insane space where you shouldn't be. But nice. Oh, but you said I find it preferable to messing with templates, okay, so you definitely do not want to do that, and maybe you don't even want the lightweight program. So yeah, maybe you're good with this. I'm new to low-level programming, and I just started learning Zig coming from Go and PHP. What would you recommend for building a minimalist Zig native HTTP server? What would I recommend? I don't know. Like a learning resource that teaches you how to write a server. I mean, some of that might be useful, although, you know, in a sense, it's not rocket science. You can read the official specs to learn how HTTP works, for example. Advice that I can give you is that you probably want to start with HTTP 1, not HTTP 2, and definitely not HTTP 3, for sure. Then the other recommendation that I have is be aware that web stuff is actually like it takes you a while to get that up and running, and it requires you to kind of know already some things. So like if you're completely new and you've never managed memory, I would argue that an HTTP server might be a bit too much for your first project. So I would recommend potentially starting with something simpler than that. Uh, Additionally, I would even argue that if you already have experience doing web, I mean, that's pretty much that's what PHP does, and that's mostly what Go does. You might benefit from getting outside of the domain that you're in, because the point is that right now you are familiar with the domain of the web. And so now you're jumping into a lower level programming language, and it is very likely that you will be frustrated by the fact that in theory you know how to do all this stuff because you understand it at a high level, but then the road to get there, it's not that short. And at the same time, it requires you to know a lot of tiny things that you don't know about. So it can feel annoying that you feel like you know this stuff, but then you cannot pull it off in Zig, and then you might feel like, man, this thing is just too hard. What even is the point? I'm just gonna keep doing Go and call it a day. If you instead pick something that you don't know how to do well, then now your experience in the domain matches more closely your ability to implement it in a lower level programming language. And so at that point, you will not feel that same frustration where, man, I should be able to do this because it's so obvious. It's just a tiny piece of, like the HTTP server is just like the basic starting point from which to build a web service. And it's just taking forever even just to get there. But if instead you try to do, for example, there's this project that I personally like doing, Ray Tracer in a weekend, or ray tracing in a weekend. Yeah. So this guy here, it's yeah, let's start from here. So there's like three I guess books, and the first one is the super introductory one, and you learn how to do ray tracing. I had never done ray tracing, so for me it was interesting. If you've also never done ray tracing, you will learn some stuff. And then again, if as you're learning this stuff, you have to learn also the lower level programming concepts, it's probably not going to feel as annoying. So my other recommendation with regards to the topic is, not only maybe you will want to start with something simpler, maybe, but also consider doing something that you're not used to, like expand your horizons, because focusing on things that you already kind of know, just essentially it's like, you're starting again from level 1, but it's a game that you already played. So last suggestion is, well, for Zig stuff in general, check out the learn section, which has learning materials. But I would say most importantly, see if you can join one of the communities online also, obviously. But if you have a Zig day not too far from you, consider going to a Zig day. Go to a Zig day. You will meet. These are like single day in-person events, but they're not conferences. You don't go there to listen to talks. You go there with your laptop, you sit on a table, and you work on your passion projects, open source projects, learning projects. People also form small groups. So you want to be there with a bunch of people, and so that you can see what others are doing, and you can have others potentially also help you. So that is my suggestion. Hey, Minister of Defense, thank you for the resub. This is great advice. Thank you. This stuff, but unless you go into a rabbit hole, yeah. And also the problem is that this stuff is still being in progress of being built. Like, we'll get there. We will definitely get to a point. Like, I am more than just confident. I am positive that we will be able to reach the same level of maturity that Go has. And I think that Go is just it's a pretty comfy ecosystem. We can do that. Like, we can copy it one to one. But I don't mean in the strict sense of implementing the same exact API. I mean in the sense of providing the same general um, affordances and conveniences. We will be able to have a good HTTP server that can be used as the baseline for everything else above it. We will be able to have a nice, middleware that can renew a Let's Encrypt automatically, so that you don't have to mess with the cert bot, which I personally hate. I never got that fucking thing to run right once in my life, and I know that it's a skill problem because other people are clearly fine with it, but I don't know what it did. That thing just could never work fine for me. But on the other hand, I remember using a Go library and just plopping in the auto renew middleware, and then I never had to look into it ever again after deploying it once. Nuremberg, Germany. That is a great choice. That is actually one of the most popular Zig days. There's usually a lot of people there. Guess what? They have a scheduled event for June 27th, and I'm also going to it. So if you're there, you will find a lot of other people. Yep. Okay, so let me go grab the tea. Then we do the chore, and then we do the rest. What the heck is this thing? June helped me earn points, reach plus level 1. What? Why is Twitch spamming my chat requesting things in my name that I don't know what that is? What the fuck is plus? Creators must maintain a point requirement for 3 consecutive months to be eligible for the plus program. Eligibility status will be wait, what the fuck? It went away. It what? Okay, am I the only one seeing this? Question: does anybody else in Twitch chat see the thing up top? I don't see it on mobile. Okay, so yeah, makes sense. Probably a web thing. Yeah, I was reading it and then it disappeared. So I don't know. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Please help me reach +1, which I don't know what it is. I can't even learn what it is because I got the description right pulled from me. So, God damn it. Okay, let me go get the tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I got my tea. So I'll wait a few minutes before I can drink it, and then we start doing things. Come visit us in Munich. I was in Munich. I was in Munich a couple of weeks ago. I went there for a conference. I met with David Sugar, the organizer of Zigtoberfest. By the way, talking about Munich, Zigtoberfest. So I believe that they're about to. They should have a new website coming up soon. So I guess don't judge the event by the website. That's what I guess what I'm trying to say. But in any case, Zigtoberfest has it's happening September the 12th. So if you are interested in a Zig conference in Munich, there you go. There you have it, Zigtoberfest. Oh, what is the Plus program? Thank you. Oh, I see. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, it came. What the fuck? That is Microsoft level bullshit, by the way. That, like this thing where you're trying to go somewhere and it redirects you 10 times. Yeah, that is like peak Microsoft bullshit. And delighted to see that Twitch is also doing the same. Level, okay, let's see. Enhanced subscription net revenue share rates for qualifying affiliates and partners. Level 1, level 2. Monetize streamer agreement. E.g., if you have to qualify for October, you must adopt the MSA no later than the end of September. So it's like a thing where if you collect a bunch of subscriptions, then the economic terms with the platform improve, I guess. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wow. Okay. So let's see if we can drink something. By the way, in terms of oh no, I typoed it. In terms of social media yapping that is going on, Ladybird has decided to stop accepting PRs. That was interesting. I commented on Lobsters, also on Hacker News, but I think even on Hacker News I got downvoted. Whatever. But this is actually interesting and worrying. I would say it's objectively interesting. Personally, I find it worrying. So essentially what they're saying is the thing that we have been saying all along, except that when we were saying it, we were fucking dumb, while when it's others saying it, oh man, then that's an opinion that must be respected. I'm still mad. I'm still mad at Armin Ronacher for that fucking thing. Basically, we were the first ones to leave GitHub and publicly say that GitHub just fucking sucks. And then people didn't really take it seriously. The thing is that Andrew wrote that blog post and he published it like it was his blog post. And when he wrote that blog post, he also let's say that he made in terms from the perspective of communication, he made the mistake of adding in two arguments that people that essentially made people lose sight of the thing as a whole. One thing that he did was point out that GitHub has a commercial agreement with ICE, and that he essentially implying that he doesn't like the fact. But the funny thing is that he said, setting aside GitHub's relationship with ICE, comma, so it's not like he went on a rant right about this. He just like wrote, I don't know, 10 words on it, less. But that was enough to make some people mad. That's, I guess, the United States for you. Yeah, the government agency, yeah. Personally, I'm not delighted by ICE either as a foreigner, because I will have to go to the United States soon. And I've been reading how these people love getting into your fucking phone as you try to cross the border, and I do not find that delightful. I also do not find delightful that when you go to the United States at the airport, you have to take your shoes off. That is fucking disgusting. You don't have to do that, as far as I know, anywhere else, but certainly not within Europe, and that sucks. Actually, I will go one level more. In at least in the airports that I frequent, I don't even have any more to take out my electronics. I don't even have. I can come with a bottle of water, and now the scanners are fine with, like, the scanners can see that that thing is water, and so I don't even have to buy overpriced water in the airport if I want to stay hydrated. So the experience of going to the United States is just not delightful in general, and it is especially not delightful when these guys are trying to get into your phone and try to see if you ever said something bad about the president or something, which is hilarious. I mean, I guess the Constitution applies to U.S. citizens, not foreigners, but I don't know. Anyway, so there's that. Then another thing that you did was, like, he called GitHub developers names, and people also did not appreciate that. Although, man, you're definitely not doing it. People are definitely not doing a good job at GitHub right now. GitHub has definitely gone full Microsoft. So anyway, yeah, Andrew did these two things, and then then after these two things, there were like maybe not a long list, but it was a substantial list of complaints that we had of pure technical nature, with links. Also, we were the ones who discovered the fucking, well, not entirely discovered, but, like, I guess who popularized the thing where GitHub agents get stuck during the update process because it is entirely architected in the wrong way, which causes these things to live lock, and essentially they eat a CPU core. They block on a busy loop. They block on a busy loop in Bash. Yeah, for a thing that is called safe sleep, which does not sleep because it busy loops, and which is not safe because it fucking live locks. So so basically, these things were like eating a. The Constitution applies to everybody in there, not just the citizens. Oh, really? That is actually, thank you for the pedantry, because that is something that I actually was not aware of. I assumed that you had to be a citizen for all the rules to apply to you. So the thing that I was referring to was what's it called, the First Amendment, the one where you should be allowed to say that you are not happy with the government. So is that supposed also to apply to people visiting? Because then, I mean, I guess you could say that we're looking into your phone to see if you're like, or you're trying to organize crime or terrorism acts in the US, but I don't think that is, at least given what I've seen on the internet, it doesn't seem to be strictly what they're looking for. So anyway, it's yeah, but what time is it? Yeah, this is early in the US. This is EU time. Let's get all our EU opinions out. Oh man. So in any case, there were a lot of these things, and then a lot of people who seem to be, in my opinion, I don't know, like overly responsive to political statements, which is so weird because I don't know exactly how you get into that mindset, because it's either the assumption that other people should not have political opinions, but obviously you do have those as well, so you shouldn't feel offended if somebody has a political opinion, one that you disagree with, especially if they're, not like going all in with it, they're just putting it there. I don't know. Anyway, that said, yeah, sure, you could argue that, you know, it's an official communication, so you should try to keep politics out of it. But the thing is, the ZSF is not, we're not fucking Apple. We're like 5 greasy programmers pushing forward a programming language. We don't have a marketing department. There is no PR guy. I'm the PR guy. I'm the PR guy at the ZSF. So I think it's also misguided to expect us to be more than what we are. And none of us wants to be an Apple. You know, none of us wants really to be an organization that has like you know, all these safe, bland, meaningless statements that get put out just to please investors. That being said, I understand that that should not be considered a blank check to, you know, do whatever you want, say whatever you want, not have consequences to what you say. But I do think that some people are annoyed because they have what I personally consider a extreme consumeristic perspective on things, where they want um, the products that they use to come shrink wrapped without fingerprints. So they want to think of Zig as this thing that, right, you pay for it. Well, actually, you don't even pay for it, but then you get it in a box. You unwrap it. You're the first human to ever touch it. While in reality, Zig doesn't come like that. Zig comes to you. I mean, you can obviously just use the programming language and not give a shit about what we say, of course. But Zig is not really an iPhone. Again, we're not Apple. So keeping that in mind, yeah, so my complaint about Armin is that Armin wrote this blog post where he said, I can actually bring it up, I think. Where is it, the website? He has a subdomain. So I think it was this one. Hello? Can I have search? For a while, leaving it up felt like a symbolic move, mostly made by smaller projects or by people with strong views about software freedom. I definitely cringed when Zig moved to Codeberg! ! Yeah. And now, surprise, surprise, GitHub is on the front page of Hacker News for Bring Broken, like every day of the week, essentially. They lost their CEO. They had lost their CEO already. Like, the fact that GitHub had lost its CEO, that already should tell you. But man, this is another rant. I'm not gonna get in. I'm not gonna open this Pandora's box. But really, there's a lot of software developers who just cannot see past the end of their nose because, I don't know. You know, you have the perspective that you want to focus on the tech, I guess. But then the problem is that if all you focus on is on the tech, then people will come behind you and fuck you. So, sorry to put it in colorful terms. Like, you have to be careful. Anyway, so what's happening with Lady Bird? That basically they're shutting down PRs entirely. They are not going to accept contributions anymore because they are getting a bunch of AI slop. Another thing that when we said it, oh my god, these fucking extremists, and now everybody else is also complaining about the same thing. Man, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna drink some tea, and then we're gonna do some actually useful work. Sorry for the wait, but you know, this is just the stream start routine. Buy a cheap prepaid phone and you will not have a problem with that stuff. Yeah, sure, but man, that's like, I don't know. It's like I'm going to China. Actually, I'm not even sure if that is what happens when you go to China. I mean, I believe that they definitely do not have the First Amendment there. but I also don't even know if you are actually checked when you get in. So I don't know. It feels so fucking weird. As for to why anyone would want to go to the United States right now, well, in my case, it's because um, there's gonna be systems distributed, the Tiger Beetle conference. Andrew is speaking, and I'm organizing a Zig Day the day before. So we're gonna have a special Zig Day in Boston. Also, yeah, press the button. 0 flies in the sky. But we're gonna have a special Zig Day, and this one is gonna be a huge. We're 65 people who have RSVP'd already. So that's why I'm going to the United States. For a browser, this matters is a little bit less self-focused. It applies to any software nowadays. You know, Anton, I think that I find that sentence suspicious. So you read it and you see that it doesn't really tell you much. It's not a particularly strong argument, right? Because as you say, it doesn't just apply to them. I see the same discontinuity, but I have a more tinfoil hat interpretation of it. I'll show my comment on lobsters, and then yeah, and then we can close this chapter and do actual work. How are you liking Codeberg? It's a bit of a mixed bag because it does suffer from a few performance issues as well, because now a lot of people are going to it. They're getting DDoSed, maybe sometimes, probably, at least to some degree they are. They are probably also getting hit by LLM bots, which it's not strictly a DDoS, but you know, you could consider it one. And then essentially Forjo, I think it's a software project that has never had to deal with, okay, what happens if now if this thing actually gets used a lot, because you can have your own, right, self-hosted Forjo instance, and there's like 5 people on it at a given point in time at worst, and so whatever. But that is not the case anymore for Codeberg. Codeberg is now getting a lot more activity and a lot more attention. So it's in the process of essentially becoming like GitHub, regardless of whether I will ever reach the scale. But that is now stressing for, it's changing the requirements for Forjo significantly. And the growing pains are all there for sure. So, I don't know, mixed bag. So on lobsters, yeah, there's this thing here. So this was my comment on the situation. So they have the problem that open source used to be a type of deal where you get contributions, you learn to trust people, people take responsibility for their changes, they stick around, and then over time, trust emerged from the work itself, 100%. And now AI tools are changing this because you get drive-by contributions, you get slop all over the place. You get people who are entirely well-meaning and also not incompetent, who do use LLMs to provide you with a absolutely, definitely mergeable PR. But at the same time, they got there not by doing all the hard work themselves, which doesn't necessarily mean that they have to. It's not like a thing, oh, I suffered, now you have to suffer. No. But doing the hard work would give them insight. They would learn things. They would learn strictly more than what was strictly necessary to pull off that PR. Now that does not happen anymore in the same way. So that would even be a PR that it would be totally reasonable to merge. But then this mechanism of getting to know people, getting them acquainted with the code base, etc., that's just gone. So what Ladybird does is, well, because we essentially, this is not what they say explicitly, this is my interpretation, but it seems that they are saying that now all PRs are worthless. And I strongly disagree with this. There is obviously a lot more noise than there was before, no doubt there. But the contributor poker game is still 100% worth playing. So I disagree. I very strongly disagree with this idea that because of AI now it's not worth anymore accepting PRs. What I would say is that if you allow AI PRs and you don't, how can I say, you don't provide negative feedback, like you don't push this type of PR, the people that make this type of PR away, and you allow them to come in, and you don't speak against that, you don't even speak against that, then yeah, sure, you can get to a point where you're just overwhelmed with bad PRs, but that doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be that way. So it's definitely not the case for us. I mean, if anybody has watched the interview with Andrew, he does say that the way that we are right now still is not yet as good as it could be, but we're not shutting off contributions, and that I think that would be an insane move. So what is my problem with what Lady Bird is doing? These are the things that worry me. Number one, in terms of like business model, contributors give you a lot of value, like really a lot, because it's essentially free labor. And then if they do things well, they can become, it's a recruitment funnel because it is a way for you to get to know people. It's the thing that, like, they know this, they are describing it here, but their argument is that this is gone. I guess my argument is that no, this is not gone. And also, this is a key thing that makes open source viable, because once you take this away, open source has a lot of downsides, and you've just taken out the main plus of doing open source. So I do personally firmly believe that open source is a viable and actually even effective business and general model. Open source itself is not a business model, but in general, it is a model for building software in a effective and cost efficient manner. But once you take this away, oh my god, now it really sucks a lot more. So essentially, they're making open source worse for them. The second thing is that the Andreas is more positive with regards to AI than the Zig project is, generally speaking. I remember him congratulating Jared for the rewrite, saying that if he had the opportunity, he would do the same, which is an insane statement for a browser, personally. But he did say this. Let me see if I can find a reference so that I'm not, I'm not making words up. Hmm. Incredible. Why? How is search so bad on GitHub? That is mind blowing. Wait, am I supposed to use Grok for searching, essentially? I'm actually asking the LLM. I don't know. Maybe the tweet is gone. I have not hallucinated, though. In any case, so Andreas is more pro AI than we are, for sure. But even then, so even if you want to take a extremely positive perspective on AI, that still doesn't change the fact that it's not a replacement for human contributions, because first of all, human contributions are free. They are genuinely free. I don't have to buy tokens to get people to contribute to Zig. While you have to pay tokens, and maybe before you didn't have to pay tokens much, but now you're starting to have to pay for tokens. And this is a wild guess, but my guess is that you will have to pay more for tokens going forward. Usually this stuff doesn't go down, it just goes up. So there's that. Also, you still have to review the code, because the alternative is what? You just trust the AI. You accept that passing tests is good enough. Is passing tests good enough for a browser? I don't know. And then you just cannot take the LLM and make it become a new core contributor. So and then again, it's not like they have to reject LLMs to say no to LLM based PRs from untrusted contributors. They could very well keep using all the LLMs they want within the core team, with accepting PRs from from trusted contributors, and just say, look, if you're new, like if you're not being given the role, you can use LLMs, then you just cannot send PRs with LLMs. So if the LLM writes the test, then it can be trusted, of course, right? So the LLM just writes its own tests. Makes sense, just like when the government investigates itself and just finds it that they've never done anything wrong. But the point is that no, I would even argue that passing tests is not enough. It is good, obviously, and it helps you deliver functioning software. So if you have enough test coverage and the tests do pass, then you have delivered functioning software. But a browser has to pass a higher bar than this. A browser needs to be something that you can trust to not be affected by security things. Like tests are not adversarial. I guess that is my point, right? You have to, there has to be somebody who has read what the LLM is doing. Also because for a browser, performance is important. So you should have an idea whether the LLM has chosen an optimal approach or not. And the LLM will not automatically choose an optimal approach. So, okay, sure, you can micromanage it from the beginning so you know that it did what you ask it to do. But the point is, as a project grows, usually you need to find other people to give responsibility to. And one insanely good thing about open source is that if you keep up doing the open source the contributor poker thing, people that you have been able to test them for an extended period of time to know if they're competent, if they are motivated, how they react in a variety of situations, so that you can make close to optimal choices all the time. That is something that companies never have. Like, companies just cannot do that, right? In a normal company, when you open a position and you start hiring, you get a CV, you get an interview. You can be annoying and have a series of interviews. You can ask for references, but none of these comes even remotely close to the level of insight that you can gain on somebody by working with them on an open source project before you decide to invite them as a core team member. So those are like strategical assets that you have if you are an open source project, and they're throwing those away. LLMs are not going to replace all of that, and in any case, they can still have their cake and eat it too. They just need to have a policy that says no LLM based PRs and just be strict about it. And then there's the last point, which is actually the thing that worries me about the most. If you stop accepting PRs from contributors, you stop essentially having a big group of people that own little chunks of the project in terms of copyright. When an open source project has a lot of contributors and copyright ownership is distributed across this group of people, That makes the project very resilient to license changes. You cannot easily relicense, make a project that used to be open source, change the license and say, you know what, starting from now, we're not open source anymore. If copyright ownership is distributed in a in a big group of people. If it's like three dudes that have copyright over, 80 to 90% of the code base, that's just three dudes that you have to buy or that need to collude. And now you can relicense the project. And so as a user of a project, it is worrying that essentially this um, resilience property is taken away from a project. By the way, I wrote about this um, because some of this happened, although the project was not open source in the first place, but something like this happened. It's the good parts of open source. Good. The good parts of open source. So this is a blog post that I wrote, man, in 2022, a long time ago, because what happened is that some people got rug pulled by a project called Our Machinery. This was like think of it as a like Unity slash a Godot alternative. Um, and essentially, at some point, what happened is that the owners of Our Machinery, it was not open source, but it was like source available. So like you could have access to, you could be given the source, but then they got like bought or they got sued, something like this, and then they essentially told everybody who used it to delete their copies from their computer because they could the license allowed them to change the terms and revoke the license from users. And yeah, and people got rug pulled hard. And so I wrote, look, if you have an open source project with many contributors, not only is the project more likely to survive over time, but it's also less likely to ever change license, which is exactly what happened with that project. So this is what Ladybird is giving up as well. Now, does that mean that the people working on Ladybird are, conspiring to have a license change? No, I would say absolutely not. Most likely. Um, but they are opening themselves, like they're making their project weaker, more brittle in that aspect. And if somebody decides is already or decides at some point in the future to play an adversarial game and essentially try to take them down for one reason or another, maybe maybe so that they can acquire the whole thing, um, that makes it more likely they will succeed. This whole set of things. So I don't know. I find it worrying. Hopefully, I'm wrong and Ladybird thrives and everybody's happy. But I do worry. By the way, hello, Outcross. Anybody who would have contributed to Ladybird will now go contribute to Servo. I guess. I don't know. Um, I do find some of the things that Ladybird is doing as of late worrying, and they do make me think that they make me less hopeful about its future. Not necessarily in terms of their success or not, but in terms of, from a strictly egoistic perspective of whether this will be a project that will allow me to finally get off Firefox, because I've been looking to get off Firefox for a long time. I mean, here you're not seeing me use Firefox, but on my personal computer, I still use Firefox and I hate it. Anyway, okay, so this was the story. Enough ranting. Let's get to coding. Although we are gonna start with a chore. So we're adding a new sponsor to the Zig website. and you all get to enjoy watching me do that work. Sorry. I mean, it's fine, it's just web dev. Uh, do-do-do-do-doom. Um, right, because no, I think it's this one. There we go. Thoughts? Enum, big enums? What? Oh, like this enum is based on that other enum, and it's essentially a subset of the original enum. Oh man. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Um, technically, you can already do it, right? It's just you don't need a language built-in feature to be able to do this. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll give you the Andrew answer. So let me channel my inner Andrew. Um, how does Andrew speak? Partner? No, he's. I don't know. Howdy. No. In any case, I think that that what Andrew would tell you is that um assuming that this is a feature that would make sense, it would be a somewhat niche feature, and it is something that you can totally implement in userland with comp time. So the fact that it is not a thing that you would want to do day in day out, and the fact that you can do it on your own means that uh, that doesn't have to be a language feature. You could argue that maybe it should be in the standard library, but right now we're not taking applications for what goes or doesn't in the standard library because the answer is that nobody really knows yet what the right way should be. What Zig version do I need to build a webo? Look at what's written in build.zig.zon. That file has in it a line that says what's the minimum Zig version, and even though the line says minimum, that's usually the exact version that you want to use because anything past that will probably have breaking changes. And that being said, this is a unfortunate moment where we are in the middle of a bajillion breakages with Zig 016/17 soon. So it used to be up to Zig 015 that Awebo was like, pristine, just Zig build and essentially you're good on any platform. But right now it's rough times. But we're trying to get back on board. Essentially, these breakages mostly amount to translate C regressions, and yeah, that's what we're trying to fix. Um, okay, so yeah, how do sponsors work? I forgot. So there's a directory with a bunch of sponsor assets. That makes sense. Corporate sponsors. Well, there we go. Tiger Beetles, Blacksmith, ZML. Oh no, Super HTML is going insane. What am I doing wrong, man? What have I done? Um Also wait a second. Why how do I see these diagnostics? Wait, can I save? Filter error. Okay, so auto formatting refuses because of the errors, but oh shit, I'm putting style in the middle of the body, which is technically not correct. I hate, oh man, I hate what's happening with HTML. God damn it. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing the required attribute sizes. Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, Super HTML, I am not gonna make you happy today. I'm sorry, dude. We're we're just gonna do the minimum amount of work to make this stuff work. So ziglang.org. Um so far I've just been listing them vertically. I'm assuming that's what this div is doing. Is it an editor issue that it doesn't wrap the error message? You decide if you want to see it as a issue or a feature or what. That's on your side. um. Oh, you know what? No, yeah, that I had a moment of brain fart, but essentially you can just open this panel at the bottom, and you can see the message here. Although also here, if it goes past the end of the line, then you don't see it anything anymore past the end of the line. So yeah, the same problem remains, but at least you have more starting space. Anyway, so here what we wanna say, Synadia.com. Synadia, so we don't have a class specific to Synadia yet. Uh, that's used to. Bye bye. Have a nice day. This one is used to for like small adjustments. Okay, now we need the assets copied. Uh, I guess we want these two. Logo reverse SVG. Yeah. Nice. To do assets sponsors. Here we go. Here we go to download. Okay, scenario logo black, scenario logo white. Now we get to guess if the white means that the logo is white or if it means that it's supposed to be used on a white background. Because that is also often a funny thing. So scenario logo white, SVG. Why is logo underlined? Why is logo underlined? What? Invalid value for this attribute. Oh, wait a second. Because space has a meaning. Wait, so how am I supposed to? Hey, neurosite. Yeah, long time no see. So how am I? Wait a second. How am I supposed to do a path with spaces in source set? Am I supposed to quote this thing? Is this correct? By the way, Super HTML just saved my ass because now I know that that paths with spaces are a problem. I can rename the file obviously, so that's what I'm gonna do. But holy cow! Oh yeah, right. Percentage 20. Yeah, you're totally right. Although, you know what? Wait. No, I'm not so sure because percentage 20 is maybe my understanding is wrong and I'm being too naive, but my understanding is that percentage 20 is a essentially an escaping that you unescape before looking at the content of the string, and then you look at the content of the string against the grammar that it should have. So a percentage 20 should not be a problem, like, should turn into an actual space before you analyze the contents of that attribute. And so it should be ultimately it should be equivalent to a literal space, I think. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. Unfortunately, I cannot test this because Super HTML does not support. But like, it recognizes escape sequences and it will tell you if an escape sequence is wrong, and if it's fine, it's gonna be fine. But then it doesn't know that it needs to unescape them first before looking at the content. So it will essentially, when analyzing the contents of an attribute, it will take the percentage 20 literal, essentially, as the literal percentage to zero value. So I don't know. Okay, now here's the next question. How do we run the website? Because we need Zig build. I guess we need Zig 017. Sorry, 016. Okay. I expected worse. And yeah, we fucked up. Uh-oh. What are we fucking up? Oh, that's what we're fucking up. Or maybe not. Maybe there's more. Well, thank you, Zine. This path, holy shit, who wrote this? Who's the genius who wrote this system? Holy cow. This path does exist, but it was never referenced. Oh my god. Thank you. That is a good point, because we are using this asset only within a source thing that Zine doesn't um, automatically analyze. We need to put this in our list of, yeah, of things. Oh shit. And that requires a reboot because I'm not able to reload the web server yet if you change the config file. So now we have the logo, and now we see it, and it's actually the right one. Um, okay, so Blacksmith is huge. Zevenel just became small for some reason. Also, if I increase font size, then it becomes gigantic, and then if I decrease it, it becomes super tiny. Like, Synadia is messing it up. Oh my god. What am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do, man? Uh, what am I supposed to do? So this stuff is used in the homepage template. Just gets plopped in. So I guess I need to look at the CSS, the home specific CSS. Yeah, there we go. Monetary logos, Silaris. But I do have stuff that sets the sizes. It's just not done here. It's done at a different level, I guess. This max width is who's overriding this max width value? This guy is overriding it. Also, why is this defined twice with the same value in home CSS? What is going on? Oh my god, man. So a genius made the static site generator, I have to say. A moron wrote the CSS file. Somehow they are the same person. Oh my god. Like, was this supposed to be max height? Was this supposed to be just one line? These other ones have max height. So let's assume that this is max with max height. You know what? Let's not look at this in like a weird amount of zooming. Yeah, let's look at this 100%. So this is our holy shit ZML. Yeah, it's vibe coded. Okay, so if we look at this with a non-weird amount of of zooming, which I think the zooming is like fucking some stuff up. Then the website seemed normal. This makes sense. This makes sense. ZML is kind of weird. Um, the problem with ZML is that it has a round logo, while all these logos are, you know, not too tall but very wide. And so the problem is that with ZML, if you give it the same width as everybody else, then it just eats a ton of vertical space. Also, the spacing looks weird because Silares actually ends here, but then there's a bunch of white of empty space. Organizing logos in a way that doesn't suck, it's like it's the real hardest problem in computer science. I don't have the brain capacity to solve these, n squared algorithm. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. That's already too much for my puny brain. So I think that a solution that I had was to just limit the height of ZML a little bit so that it doesn't become gigantic. No, the zoom was fine because the zoom was actually causing it to become small somehow. Uh, yeah, but if you give all of them the same height, then ZML becomes super tiny. Uh, so here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of not doing anything and then just calling it a day. Let's test, and that's gonna be a fight that we leave to fight this battle another day. Let me turn this into light mode. Oh god, I forgot where you said light mode. Wasn't it around here somewhere? Here? Wait a second. Where's the light mode stuff? Oh, you know what? I think I'm familiar with how it's in Firefox, and then I forgot how it is in Chrome. But and yet I still think that it was around here. Oh, there we go. Prefers color light. Yeah, so Synedia looks good. So we're fine. Uh we successfully added Synedia. Last thing, give me a sec because I'm gonna check my emails. I think that oh no, that's not what I wanted to open. I think that also Blacksmith updated their logos. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. No, no. And are these just, oh, this one has, okay. Um, huh. You know what? I'll take this one. I think this one is the easiest to use. So download. Did we download? We did download. Okay. So let me close my emails. Let's update the blacksmith stuff. Blacksmith logo. And now we know what we need to do. So we have to update this. Then we need to go into our corporate sponsors. Of course, blacksmith. Yeah, blacksmith. Now we have only one, but I think we can do this. Where do we put the ID? Oh, in picture. Okay. And now it's blacksmith logo both sides. And that's it. Okay, let's see how this works. Um, no. Am I just messing it up? Like, am I flipping it around by mistake? Yeah, we're that's definitely what is happening. Or so I thought. Oh, wait. Are you telling me that this is actually not being applied? It might be that nothing is changing. What was I doing with ZML to make it work? Oh shit, never mind. I changed this guy by mistake. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So now blacksmith makes sense. I'm gonna move it below. No, actually, it should stay where it is. To do light. There we go. Okay. Uh, success. There we go. Oh, good, David. It's almost as if it shouldn't take that much, right, to fix the ZML logo to not become ginormous, right? Something like this. Are we IO yet? Um, kinda. Yes. Also, developer tools don't come. Do not monetary logos spent to MG. Oh, wait. I added this thing. There you go. I think this is okay. It looks weird that this is so attached but to the other one, but I mean, what can you do? I guess an alternative way of doing this would be that we give each logo its own like box. You know what? We should actually do this. Let's give its logo a box. Sorry, I promised that I would like not go that I wouldn't spend too much time on this, but man, I just want to make this a little bit better, I guess. So what is the structure? What are these things? Yeah, we can do this either on the link or on the picture. I guess we want to do it on the picture. Can we do it on the picture? Yes. With 100% justify content center. Background color. Red. Yeah. I'm not gonna keep red. This is just to see padding 15 pixels. Let's do 25 pixels. That seems good actually. Okay, the actual background color is going to be I don't remember. This actually works also. Oh, what is happening with blacksmith though? Didn't even make it a little bit more. I think, you know what? I think this might be too much. I think 3C3 was actually it. Yeah, 3C3 looks good. Shows that the logos are not all over the place. What is going on with blacksmith? The designer in me just died. Oh, don't worry. I will consume your carcass and become a stronger designer. Actually, even worse. Look, at least with this change, they don't. It doesn't look like they are like completely misplaced. But I don't know. But now I don't understand how I broke blacksmith. How the heck did I break blacksmith? What? Oh, you know what the problem is? The problem is that we're negating it. The problem is that we are negating the whole picture. No, the problem is my filter. It's my filter that inverts. Sorry, I said negating, but we're inverting. So my filter that inverts ends up inverting also the background color. Well, that makes sense. So let me do it this way. Although I'll give padding to this guy. Just give the logo to the anchor. So that works. Flipping doesn't make it weird. Now we need to fix light mode. Yeah, light mode right now is not amazing. I would say. So in oh, we're supposed to put the other one there. Okay. So here goes. Also, why did I lose the auto formatter? I guess I only had it in I guess I only had auto formatting in Helix. Oh well. Um so that part goes there. And so what is this supposed to be? I guess we can just straight up do white. Works for me. No, no. Oh no. Oh, wait. No, I'm actually confused. Prefers color scheme dark. Then monetary logos A should be 333. Why is the outer one overriding it somehow? Oh, because it needs to be above. Man, I'm really feeling the C in CSS. Okay. Okay, Derek is saying to use the dark one. Yeah, we can do that. Let's replace it. Um, need a logo. But now we need to do the flipping trick. Okay, I think we are finally nearing a satisfactory resolution. All the boxes should be the same size. No, they can't, because for them to be the same size, like the same height, then then ZML becomes like a coin. Okay, let's see how our thing goes. Yeah, need to change the Ziggy file. Is it not an SVG? Oh yeah, we need the underscore. So now it should be happy. There we go. Oh, okay, now I am going insane. Why? Why is this dark now? It seems like the media query is not being applied somehow. So now that I moved these above, this wins over the other one. Oh no, wait. Now, okay. Why? Have you written in using AI? No, this is like genuinely bad from me. I, you know what? I am confident that this would have been less painful if I had used AI. I, 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 I find it very reasonable that somebody who makes sure to put logos nice on a website knows how to do this, how to drive AI to do this better than I am doing for sure. Like without even breaking a sweat, probably without even having to micromanage the AI much. But sorry. Okay, so but this CSS thing is driving me insane. Oh no, okay. I finally found I went through all the combinations of fucking this up, and now I exhausted them. So now I'm forced to write the right thing. There we go. Okay, we're done. There we go. Okay. Okay. Whew. This is done. Oh, there was also the other logo, but oh, Synadia had the white one as well, but I think it's fine. It's literally the same thing. Like the inverting it works, so we're good. Okay, this honestly, we left the homepage significantly better than the state that we found it in. So yeah. Let's go to the actual website. Okay. Yeah, it's not updated yet. You have an untracked logo. What do you mean? I have an untracked logo. What is a untracked logo? I'm not sure what you mean by untracked. Hmm. You mean that I have assets for a logo that is currently nowhere? Yeah. That's fine. Oh, Git. Oh yeah, I did, but I did Git add. Don't worry, we're good. Why is this not getting updated? What the fuck is going on with CI? Codeberg, hello, bro. This was a failure. Oh, this was cancelled, I guess. Huh? I am confused. Please do not do this to me. Oh no, please do not do this to me. Oh no. How is it possible that we're getting a doc test failure while trying to write juice dot out? Okay. But we're getting this test failure while running doc test. to rebuild release notes. For 016. But also, this deployment succeeded. Is somebody else like pushing to the repo as I am? No. Have I touched anything other than, the usual stuff? No. Okay. So I think we're gonna leave this as is and then move on to something else, and then we're gonna need to look into what's happening with CI. But I think I should talk with other people in the core team because they architected this stuff to rebuild the release notes. I think we might be facing the fact that there is something unsound in this setup, but this is not code that I own directly, so I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay, so this is done. Let's see if we can update Zin to latest Zig. Let's see what happens as we attempt to do that. By the way, there are gonna be a ton of blockers on the way, so strap in because this is gonna be strap in, strap on, whatever puts you at ease. Um, because we're definitely going on a ride. Huge Zig release when? Huge, I do not know. But 017 should not take long to come out. I believe that currently. Hello, Diablo. Yeah, I'm back. I am streaming indeed. I believe that the 017 release is essentially blocking on mainly two things. Actually, essentially one thing. So the build system has changed, and you reworked how it works entirely. So now the builds, now you don't have to recompile the build script as much as you had before. So essentially, touching your build script should result in much faster rebuilds than before. But that had the downside of breaking ZLS. The way that ZLS previously would fetch information about the build graph and what module imports, what file, and so on, that doesn't work anymore. And the new way in which things work, well, it doesn't really make it harder per se. Actually, I think it improves a lot of things. But the problem is that um, the the hooks that ZLS would need to be able to get that information out of the new build system were just not there. So there is an issue. There's a tracking issue for this problem, which is essentially just unblocking ZLS. Like ZLS right now is not able to uh, figure out your build with latest master branch Zig, and that is the only thing that is blocking the release. Just making sure that ZLS keeps working with new Zig, and then we don't release a version of Zig where LSP is completely broken. So haven't you planned very big changes? I don't think so. This release is going to be somewhat small. As for the future after that, I don't think there are any big changes on the horizon. The only big change that I can think of that is going to come in the future is the thing where recursion becomes a compiler error, and then you have to use a different syntax that forces you to manage memory manually. That is the only big thing that I can think of. That one will cause annoyance in code bases where recursion is used, which is used a bunch. Um, I don't hate it though. In the past, I have put effort into avoiding doing recursion and like managing explicitly, if you will, the stack. And I think that it is good that uh, other people start do the same as well. I will say also that being said, I'm not like a monk when it comes to this stuff. So I've done a mix of both. Like when I had the energy, I would try to avoid it. Some other times I would just do it. I would just do the recursive thing. So I will have to fix my own code as well. But that is the only breaking change that I can think of coming in the future. Uh, so I don't mean to say take what I'm about to say with a huge grain of salt. But while I do not think that we are like literally at 1.0 soon, I think that we are about to reach the plateau before 1.0. I think we are about to reach the point where there are not going to be, drastic changes. Build system will still be messed around with as it's been in the past. Stuff in the standard library will probably be renamed, move around, polished, that kind of stuff. And I think that the fallout of IO is not fully complete yet. I think that some of the things that were broken with the introduction of IO will be reinstated in a different manner. I'm specifically thinking of the fact that right now, to access certain things, you have to you necessarily have to go through the IO interface, and doing the syscalls directly has been essentially broken for you, or it's standard library code, so you can always re-implement the old logic yourself. That you like, it's not a hard blocker, but understandably people are annoyed at the fact that uh, previously they were able to easily, give me the syscall to spawn a new thread, and now this thing is not as easy anymore. There are good reasons why this stuff has been regressed, because the old APIs cannot be trivially um, because the new abstraction layer that underpins IO cannot is not the same as it was before. It's different. Previously, for example, a lot of error conditions were handled directly by the standard library, like for example, inter. So like whenever your syscall gets interrupted and you need to reissue it again, previously the standard library was doing that automatically. Now that system doesn't work anymore for SED.io, because this information needs to bubble up more into the interface, because that also helps drive cancellation and stuff. So essentially, the old API just cannot be the same as it was before. So I think that it is important to give people access to the lower level stuff eventually, but that's just work that needs to happen. Yeah, it is unfortunate, but at the same time, another thing is that it is correct to say that we do want most projects, so let's say most libraries, we do want most libraries to use the IO system, to use the IO interface, because that's how you get code reuse. If libraries, routinely bypass the IO interface and hook into lower level APIs, which you could consider comparable to what was before IO, then that heavily detracts from the code reuse that you get from the IO interface. So it is not a coincidence or a mistake. It is deliberate that we want IO to be the main way in which you do IO. That being said, it does also obviously make sense that in particular situations where you want more control, where your code reuse is the last of your worries, the last of your concerns, then it does totally make sense that you are able to access a lower level API. But the old APIs could not be used one-to-one as they were before. So anyway. How do you open a file to append? It seems like IO interface lacks such option. I have to be honest, I am not familiar. I'm not familiar with how you do it routinely. And I'm actually not even familiar with how you're supposed to do it with the new IO interface. So I'm sorry. My answer is I don't know. But could it be something that is missing from IO? Yeah, could be. I think that Andrew has thought out how this stuff should work, you know, when you do seeking, when you don't do seeking, etc. But yeah. So while I cannot exclude that maybe this fell through the cracks, I also think that Andrew thought this stuff out when it comes to file access patterns. So I would not be surprised if the answer is that yeah, there is a way. It's just not immediately obvious, and you know, for whatever reason, ends up being better than other ways. I don't know. Seems like it was an issue also before IO. I see. Okay, we're up to date. So we need to update also all the dependencies of Zine. I mean, that's gonna be fun. Lots of fun. But do I start with that or do I start with the Zine proper itself? I think I need to start with the dependencies because in any case, nothing is gonna build otherwise. So Zig up, master, and let's start our survey of the state of the state of the Zine union, essentially. Zig version. There you go. That's my boy. Hey, Bifraggle. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. How's life in the NeoVim world? How many breaking changes have you been subjected to? Oh man. Wait, actually I have a question. Never mind. I actually don't have it anymore. I was about to ask you if you did make use of Translate C, but no, you probably don't because you don't worry about that stuff. So yeah. It used to be installed path, but we fixed it. Nice. Cool. Okay, let's start with Scripty. Zig build test. Are we good? Oh, we're compiling the maker. So for the people who don't know what the new build system changes are like, this is part of what you're seeing here. So what's happening is that previously, every time you change the build script, you will need to rebuild the build script, or you know, in this case, updating the version of Zig is essentially the same thing because since there's a new version of Zig, old cache versions of the build executable could not be reused. So now your build script has been split into two: a part that doesn't change and the part that builds the build graph. So so instead of the build executable being both these things, so the thing that configures the build graph and then runs it, the thing that runs it is precompiled. It's part of the compiler in a sense. It's like it's one that is used by all projects. It doesn't change. So now you only rebuild your configure script. So this guy is really safe. this guy is debug, so it's faster to build, but this guy is faster at running because it's optimized. So now you kind of get better. It is faster to build, you have to build less, and it is faster to run as well. In any case, we got a build error because something changed. Expected block or labeled expression found are... No, my error captures are gone. No, I'm lag. I knew that this day would come. So yeah. Let's see, maybe Zig internally, but it seems fine. Speaking on software I love, Twitch, just broke chatting in Firefox. Delightful. So now I need a Chrome window just to chat. I am sorry. Wild that I've done that. Also, I have like in my chat window, I have a thing at the top that says to help me get a plus thingy that which by the way, it's worded in a way like I'm the one asking for it, which I'm not. It's a stupid Twitch thing that tries to speak in my name. But also in my dashboard view, it keeps jumping in and out. Like right now I don't have it, but then at some point it glitches in, stays there for a while, and then glitches out. Anyway, so watch. Can I do F incremental? Well, so far I can, as long as I have a build error. I guess I can. So this is cool. So well, I'm gonna keep it there. So let's go into VM. And by the way, the reason why I'm doing this is because I am using ZLS, but I'm also using the new Zig version that I believe, well, that doesn't have the stuff that makes ZLS work yet. So I think I'm going to need this window. So VM 100. Oh, no. That sucks. That sucks because, so previously with this, on the way out, so we could error out in whatever way, but on the way out, if we errored out with quota, everything would be fine. But if we did error out with, because essentially this would be like an interrupt, if we instead failed in some other way, we would reset the VM so that it could be used again. So how do you do this now? Well, I guess you need to split it into two functions, right? And essentially you move this up here. You say run. Run takes the exact options and return the same exact thing. Oh my god. Why am I fucking this up so much? There you go. And then this is not pub, this is run internal. I think they should be like this. Const result res catch return res. It's a bit weird, but that is the thing. Okay, so with this we have translated that thing. And now there's a lot of other things that are broken. Uh, incompatible types and void. Let's see. No field name decals instruct lang type struct. Guys, what have they done? They broke my type info. No. Zig source. Let's take a look at the new type info. Again, I have to look at the code base because ZLS is not going to be able to get me there, I think. So where are we going? SCD built in. Is it not built in? Where's type info? STD lang type. There's a new namespace. What? What is in lang? Types and values provided by the Ziggin language. Fair. Fair. Okay, and so there's type, but apparently struct doesn't have decals anymore. Oh, we went. Okay, we're going like full DoD. Oh no. Okay. So we don't do decals. We're looking at decal name. Apparently here we're mainly looking at decal names. So this is decal names. Well, I guess I can keep calling it decal, but then we don't do dot name. Since in this context we just care about the name. Okay, so one is fixed. A bajillion more to go, I guess. 4 to 6. Don't tell me. Field names, field type. Okay, so field names, comma, info, dot field types. Maybe just T. Name dot types. That would be T dot pass by ref. Name dot name. Okay. A new contributor was interested in contributing to a older case project. Uncrustify. Yeah, so if I have not gotten back to them, please tell them to ping me again. Oh, okay. Well, okay, what is this? This is unclassified package source codes, beautifier, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gen token names. I'm guessing that's not a build dependency. It's just to pre-process something that gets included in the code base or something. Yeah. Yeah, this all seems reasonable to me. License. Yep. Don't steal my passcode. Yeah, I if this was the ping, I probably received an email about it and then it got lost in the sea of emails that I received. I'm sorry. But yeah, please do reping me if I forget about this stuff. Hey Calder, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Great blog post the other day. Thank you. Which one? The one where I get mad at asserts? The one where I get mad at memory safety? The one. No, okay. The memory safety one is not really me getting mad at the memory safety. Although I will say that that blog post was motivated. The North Star one, yeah, that blog post was motivated from the fact that I am annoyed that there are all these discussions that hyper focus on what it is. One thing that is clearly a sub goal. Actually, it's a sub goal of a sub goal. Memory safety, sure, but your problem is correctness. And even then, are you making useful software to the point where correctness matters? Because that is also a question that I think somebody should sometime ask themselves. The problem is that if you make this point in one of those discussions, it looks like you're just trying to move the goalpost, right? Yeah, but this doesn't matter because the bigger picture matters, and then the bigger picture even. But yes, that's actually how it is. It's just that in that context, people are like, really focus on that branch of 1 tree and then never mind forgetting the forest. Sorry, missing the forest. uh Greatest innovation to me was your choice of language is a moral question. Yeah, it's an innovation in terms of marketing. It's not a technical innovation for sure, but it is an innovation in terms of marketing, except that it is you know what? Even calling it an innovation might be wrong because I mean religions have already do exist, right? So essentially, what you're doing is approximating one in a bad manner. But this is sad. This is really sad because the problem is that like Rust is good. Like Rust is really good for this stuff, and I feel like it's such a wasted opportunity because the people in charge, like the people who have the power to shape the community and the culture, could have opted for making sure that everybody understands the bigger picture and makes them more effective even at arguing for Rust. Because there are so many good arguments that you can make in favor of Rust. you can make the argument that Rust helps you achieve correctness as a big goal. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody. It certainly doesn't work for me. But I totally respect that for other people it can work. And I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, what I care about is not really which language you use. I care about whether you make good software that I can use or not. And I think that people would make more good software that I could use if they were told to focus on the right things and not just go batshit crazy over a sub goal. Anyway, man, I should be streaming more. Thank you guys, because every time I stream, there's an opportunity for somebody to ping me about something that fell through the cracks, and I have to be honest. Lately, I feel like a lot of things are falling through the cracks when it comes to me. I've been having a hard time keeping up with everything. I was invited to a conference to speak at a conference, and I wanted to do a good job at making the slides and everything and preparing it well. And that has like obliterated my ability to do anything else for like 3 weeks. Then combine that with the fact that I got sick. But in any case, it's been tough keeping up with everything, because I've been in a few situations in a row where I need to focus on something, and that obviously detracts from your ability to keep up with email, not lose. But you know what? Maybe I just need to have a proper to-do list and just get smarter about that. In any case, I really appreciate um I really appreciate being told this stuff. Is the talk up somewhere? Not yet, but it should be. It should be sooner than later. Although this interface, I think it's new. What the heck? I think I think this would look different before. Or maybe I was going through Teams and then here. Oh, maybe it was, yeah, maybe that's how I was doing it. Anyway. No, there's no thing. Okay. What conference? It was called Big Tech Day, but it's Big Space Tech Day. That is one thing that I was wondering myself when I first saw the website. So it's Big Space Tech Day. I would probably not be the best guest speaker to invite to a proper bona fide big tech space day. You don't want me there. But it was this conference was insane. I was actually I got my mind blown by it, because it's a conference run by a consultancy company, TNG, which I knew nothing about. But they are somehow so big and successful that they just run a conference once a year for their partners and customers. And in fact, the conference is free and invite only. And think of it as something like at same scale as like I don't know, NDC. Well, for people who don't know what NDC is, it's like it's a conference where the ticket is like 5 to 700 euros just to be there, to give you an idea. So it's big. There's a lot of tracks happening at the same time. There's free food available throughout the whole day, free drinks available throughout the whole day. And this was the same, except that NDC is 2, maybe 3 days, while I think it's 3 days, while this one was a single day conference. And yeah, I didn't properly look into it in a sense beforehand. Like I didn't investigate these things, so I was surprised when I learned this stuff. So it was a nice event. It was in Munich. Um, so hopefully they're gonna get the talk on YouTube. They won't take too long. I'll make sure to share it around though when it comes out. I am particularly proud of this talk. It's not perfect. I already if I think about it, I can already think of things that I definitely could have done better. But it was a good attempt on my part, I think, and yeah, it worked. I think that the audience ended up appreciating it. Okay, I'll continue this stuff. Inline info fields 46. I think that's what we just did. Yes. So what else do we have? There's fields in. Wait, did I not rename fields? Let me rebuild this. Oh, okay. So we are succeeding. Oh, we are succeeding. It's working. Okay. So just to be paranoid with regards to incremental, because we're on ARM. Okay, so this works, and apparently, not only this works, but apparently incremental was doing fine with our Zig project. So it means that the custom ARM backend is complete enough to lower scripty, well, the scripty test to be precise, as an executable. So that's delightful. Git status. Oh, actually, we want also to do this Zig version, and we want to update this. Okay, so scripty done. Next, the next stop would be Ziggy. Now here's a problem with Ziggy. Ziggy main has some features that was still working on. It's not fully complete yet, and what Zine uses right now is Ziggy old. Git pull just for good measure. So we need to decide what to do here. Hi, is there a page I can use to track the work on Zig's SpearV backend? Yes. I did some shitter work in Zig in 0.15, but it broke in 0.16. I'm not sure if better SpearV support is planned in the near future. I can actually give you some good insight on this problem. So long story short, SpearV has the problem that there are contributors interested in contributing to it, but there is not a lot of core maintainer effort. So I believe that there's like PR piling up for SpearV specifically, and so there could be more work that happens. It's just that right now, core contributors are focused on other stuff. We are aware of this problem and we're looking to make it better. I am not going to specify exactly how yet because something is happening, but until it is official, it is not official. So what I do recommend is that you join the ZSF Zulip. So if you go to communities and you scroll all the way to the bottom, there is a link to the Zig Software Foundation Zulip channel, well, Zulip server, I guess. And in there is a channel or at least a topic. So there is discussion dedicated to the SpearV backend. There you can chat with people, you can get a feeling of what's going on, you can see if you're, I mean, if you know, for your regression, the best recommendation would be to look at existing issues if there's an issue that you think might apply to your problem. Otherwise, to open a new issue and report your bug. But if you want to follow along with the development, 100% Zulip is the place to be. And if if the situation with regards to SpearV specifically unblocks a little, like I'm hoping it will be in the near future, then maybe you're gonna be able to have some fun, even contributing if you think you would be able to do that. But even if not, you can do that as a user. Like you can enjoy the new stuff coming in as a user, and you can keep up with what's happening there. Is near future before the 017 tag? Good question. I don't know, but if it's after, it's not long after, I think. Yeah. There's the thing is that what's funny is that the people who can work on this stuff, or at least some of the people who can work on this stuff, some of them have been offered to get a contract and work on this while being paid. But they have refused for a variety of reasons. And to be clear, it's obviously it's their right to refuse. And not only that, but it could very easily be like, I can totally agree on the fact that it probably was the right choice for them when they did refuse. But the thing is, like, it's not like we were forgetting about it. There has been an attempt to see if more work in that space could happen, but life happens, didn't pan out, and so I got kind of stuck for a while. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely happening. One good thing that has happened, for example, I don't know if you followed, but there is a recent proposal for adding native support in the Zig language for SpearV vectors, meaning that right now the @vector primitive that we have in the compiler is a type that encodes SIMD vectors, while the future is to have this type work both as SIMD and also vector in the more GPU sense of the word, or maybe GPU is the wrong word, but like giving it swizzling and swizzling, and what else is it supposed to gain? I guess vector operations, implicit splatting of vector multiplied by scalar, so the scalar gets implicitly splatted into a vector, that kind of stuff. So the convenience, quality of life stuff that you normally have. That being said, the idea is not for the vector type to be necessarily the ultimate to be necessarily the vector type that you want to use in your code, because you might still want to create your own user-led abstraction on top of it, like wrap it in abstract, for example. But it should provide you with the primitive operations that guarantee that the lowering happens correctly, both in CPU Zig and SpearV Zig, so to speak. Okay, let's Zig build test. And I expected worse. So the build script works. We didn't regress anything. And we have an array multiplication and a I0, and that's it. Sounds good to me. Get rid of I0 from the test. And 289. Get rid of the multiply. Which we can do like this. Talking about splat. There you go. Splat has replaced array multiplication. So if you have any star star, the thing that you just saw me do, you probably would want to do in your own project. Splat is the new multiply. If you're doing complicated stuff, sometimes it might not be a one-liner up. I feel like might even be considered an upgrade compared to what I had before. It's not always going to be a thing where it's a one-liner, but yeah. Oh, by the way, Anton, I forgot. You mentioned that you do have a copy of the talk. Fuck, and I forgot to ask you about it. Talking about stuff falling through the cracks, man. Oh, God. I forgot. I actually would not have hated looking at it. God damn it. Hello, Valgo. Hello, hello. How is life? How are the LLMs treating you? Sorry, I'm purposely asking because I don't believe that you make too much use of those things. I just talked with some bun and remember you coining memory safety Coomer. Yeah, that is me. That I did. I got annoyed at people. You know what though? I got better. Now I don't call people names anymore. But I wrote this. I wrote this. There you go. It's a few more words. Ultimately, I think that it doesn't say anything particularly different than what I meant to say before. But you know, it's definitely less spicy. Hello, Penguin. Okay, I think I fixed this. Or I have unheard it. Yeah, I've unheard other problems. Oh, build script. Oh, that is nice. Okay, so now we get to see how this thing changed in the build script. Now you write blog posts that are like subtweets but are applicable. Yeah, I kind of do. Not all the time though, but that blog post is certainly connected to discussions on lobsters. Also, the one before about asserts. It's definitely connected to they're not exactly subtweets, but yeah, close enough. Okay, let's go fix the build script. So build.zig. So I forgot, what is the new version of this? What is the new version of this? This was actually pointed out explicitly by Andrew in the commit. Oh, you know what? I think we have it in the devlog. I think we have this stuff in the devlog. There we go. Add pass-through args. But we are facing the same problem in okay, so there are other places where we're doing the same, and then LSP Kit has the same problem. Although LSPKit, I think, just requires us to update. To update it. We don't need to touch it. So args. Yeah, run unit tests. Okay, there we go. So are we left with only LSPKit? No. No field name build root instruct build. Huh. Is it just called root now? That would be nice. I could see Andrew removing the redundancy because it's a build object and it has a build prefix. Yeah, that sounds like something that would happen, huh? Let's try it. Let's try it. See how it goes. There's no handled instruct build cache path. Oh no, root is something else. Something else. Are we not able to observe anymore the build root path? Well, we can go look this in the source. So build.zig. Oh man, there are so many build.zig. But I want the one with a big B. Wait, are you saying that there is no one with a big B? Libstd build. Oh no, there we go. What is going on though? Why am I not allowed to scroll more? Because there are more results, but I'm not able to scroll them. So this result was always present also before. It just happened to be below the window limit. Oh. Anyway, what do we have in here? Graph, install, uninstall, allocator, user input options, available options, invalid user input, default step, top level steps, root, path to the directory containing build.zig. Oh, there we go. It's already a path. Actually, the error message told me so, but I needed more assurance. So if it's a path, I cannot call access on it directly. So I need to open it. So we don't have the open directory anymore. We just have the path. I guess because keeping it open is a thing that the maker cares about and the config script doesn't necessarily care about. So that's probably why it's not open by default. Uh, cool. Well, let's open this bad boy. std.io.dir.cwd.opendir. Graph.io. Root. I don't know, default options. Like this. Did we fix this? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, and then I have a few others. Okay, so this is root there. Okay, no more instances. So what we're doing now? Oh, it's a cache path. Oh, right, right. Oh, by the way, I'm dumb. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, root there. Okay, so never mind. There is an open directory. That's on me. That's on me not paying enough attention. So it's b.root .root there. dot handle. Okay. Okay, now we're left with just LSP kit. Okay, cool. Let's update it. Nice. We're fading a lot. Awesome. Okay, so now we're back to the metaprogramming stuff that is broken, which is fair. Okay, let's go unblock it. Check type. So info. So u.fields, here we care about f.name. So field names. There we go, inline fields. What do we care about it? We only care about the name. Okay. F.name, it doesn't seem that we care about anything else. Doesn't seem that we care about anything else. Oh, why is U0 colored differently according to this grammar? Interesting. We got electricity. Blackouts are normal here because of war in Zaporizhia. Russian half of Zaporizhia Oblast. Nice. Enjoy electricity while you have it. Man, life is hard, huh? 172. So that is another place where we care about the name. And here we care about the type. There we go. Also, this is names, field types. I'm just going to call it FT. Okay. Yeah, the builds are faster in general. That is definitely the case. Oh, info fields len doesn't exist. So my line is broken. Parser 289. This is almost correct. I don't know. Field names. Not len. Serializer 198. In line 4, t.fields, field idx. What do we care about this field? Type and name. Okay. You know what? Maybe I should start calling it field underscore type and field name. Okay. Is that new? No, it's called flow. It's this editor here. $292. Okay, what do we want from this field? Name and type as usual. Or input is not captured. Yes, but why are you pointing just at the dot? What? Also, you know what? I think we should do this. Watch incremental. It's time. It's time for watch incremental. Oh, so we're having trouble with known folders as well, but we have our own long list of issues to solve at the same time. We can try to update known folders. Let's see if that gives us some benefits. Yeah, it does. Okay, serializer 215. Wait, this is it? Ah, no, this is not it. Okay, I was surprised. Okay, some more. Serializer 225. Field names at 0 dot type. That surprises me. What the heck are we doing in here? Emit null fields. Also, we cannot do field names dot type. We have to do field types 0 dot nothing. I am confused by this usage of why we care about the first field. What is going on here? I'm missing some context. That's fine, I guess. I see a field dot name, field dot type stuff here, which doesn't make sense anymore. So field names from one, t dot field. Oh, types. You know what? I'm starting to vaguely remember what's going on. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Space rename. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay, so space space rename field underscore and then delete the character next. So that we do underscore type underscore name. Let's see how this plays out. Well, hopefully it worked out. So what else are we doing here? Fields types. Wait. Fields types? Oh. This is another name that I did a moment ago. I just messed this up earlier. Okay. Hello, CryptoCode. Parser 404. What are we looking? What are we expecting here from F? Name and type, as usual. ta-da. Oh no. There's already a field name. So we have to keep this guy an F. Yeah, that part makes me worried about doing refactoring while changing names this much because it is not uncommon that you have like a thing that selects the other comparison term and they kind of have the same name. Ay ay ay, ay 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 ay. So this seems good. I don't know. Let's restart this just for the sake of it. What's the next problem? Oh, this is still not 404. So I did one of these, but it's not the one that we were seeing. Okay, so this time let's go to line 404. What are we looking for field? Field underscore default value pointer. Uh, Wait, undo. What the fuck was that supposed to be? Man, what is this called? Utters. Field utters. Default value pointer. Oh, type cannot be type. F type. Wait. Are we really not interested in types? Did I get this wrong? Wait a second. Oh shit. I got this wrong. We don't need types. Oh, we use type. I think we use type. No, we just did not use types at all. Okay. What is happening? No field name fields. Parser 236. Yeah. And we're looking just at types. Symbol audio thread not attached to any subsection. Oh, I think we're hitting some kind of field error maybe for incremental. I don't know. We'll see. No field name fields in struct language union. Yeah, 250. Bit above. No, bit below. 250. Yeah, again, f.name, f.type. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's not do watch incremental anymore. Let's just run this stuff. See what happens. Missing field. Okay, are we getting test failures? Is that all there is to it? Just test failures? Okay, so we have some debug printing happening with our snapshot testing that we're not happy with. But that is just debug printing. I don't think that is particularly important. So this should satisfy, I think, the snapshot testing. Almost. There's somewhere else where this is happening. Oh, this is the recover AST. But wait, log.debug. Yeah, okay. Oh, I did not save this file. We jumped file without saving. Okay. Schema. Start missing is missing field box. Not present in schema. Expected bool found use size. Expected optional found bool. Fail command. So this is complaining that we have some STDR printing. I'm guessing it's assuming that we printing to STDR means that the test failed. But um, as far as you know, this might just very well be debug printing or of some kind. So you know what? I'll take this. Let's update the zone file as well, because life is already confusing enough as is. Okay, so we have updated Ziggy. We're gonna have to do that again for main branch Ziggy, but I'm not worrying about it now. So next on the list is Super HTML, and then Super MD, and then we can go to Zine. By the way, so far so good. None of these projects have translate C regressions. They just don't use translate C much. Super MD is going to be the first one. Okay, let's do Super HTML now. Okay, so first of all, Zig build test, but then fork. We want to use the local scripty. We could just update scripty, but in case that we need to make other changes to scripty, we just want to avoid having to push every single time there we discover something that doesn't work. 1 second. I'm going to continue. Getting there. I'm going to attempt to fix Twitch on my phone. How are you going to do that? Hmm. Okay. I am. I'm right. You know what? I also need to refill my tea. Did you deliver a rant yet about the rsync shit? Man, I bet you that you're not ready for my rant on it because it is. I wanted to write a blog post on it, but the thing is that the list of things that I want to mention in that blog post is constantly rising. So I don't know. It's gonna have to become a book at some point if I take any longer. So give me a second. I'll get my tea and I'll give you my rant if you want. Arsing feels like a real kick in the balls. Okay, so here's the thing. as you know, I'm not particularly pro AI. I will defend rsync. I will complain about DHH, and I will give you a weird defense of the first license change that Redis Labs did, the one that basically made Redis non-open source. It's weird, but I'm not doing this for laughs. I actually think there is something in really important there. Give me a second. I'll rant. Okay, I'm back. Okay, weird rant on this stuff. Uh, so yeah, what happened? So rsync vibe coded, right? I don't know what sources will come up. Let's see. Yeah, so somebody tweeted, or no, this is Mastodon, I believe. So they tweeted about it. I don't know what terminology is used. In any case, they went on social media complaining about rsync breaking something, and then they went to GitHub. They saw that the maintainers of rsync are vibe coding, and then they said, "Oh, for fuck's sakes!" Okay, so here's my rant. My rant is, well, fuck. I don't use rsync myself much. I mean, I'm I'm a casual user of it. I don't have any scheduled job that runs rsync without my direct control. And yeah, if I had some of those things, it would be annoying for those things to fail for no good reason. Although at the same time, I mean, if that thing fails, it's because you updated rsync. So, regressions come with the territory of upgrading, right? If it works, why do you even upgrade? But fine. Am I happy that rsync is vibe coding? No, I'm not happy. I think that critical infrastructure should not vibe code. I think that that is the type of stuff that precisely you want to have tight control over. And then if the person starts vibe coding and then they break it, that definitely does not help with confidence. Then that being said, what happened afterwards is that then they went and opened an issue, right? And they started complaining to the author, please do not fuck up this software with a bajillion comments. And like, if I was the owner of this project, my reaction, which I would say, I'm saying myself as a way of saying it is a reaction that I believe to be fully justified, is fuck you. That's my project. I do whatever the fuck I want with it. You actually should be grateful that I'm giving it to you for free with an open source license. But the thing is, an open source license is a license, is not ownership of the code. The code is still mine. I own the code. I'm the maintainer. And you can use it if you want. But I don't owe you any more than what the license says that I owe you. So as a user, I'm not happy that rsync is doing this, but it's their project. They do whatever they want. That is the deal with open source software. If they want to start vibe coding with it, it is in the right to do so. And for that, the right reaction is not really to go and complain and make memes. I mean, I guess if you want, you can do that, but I don't think this leads to anything good. I think that the correct behavior is fork it. Fork it. You can just fork it. That is the whole point of open source. You don't like where a project is going, fork it. Again, am I happy that rsync is being vibe coded? Not delighted by it, but they can do whatever they want. That is the nature of the relationship that you entered in. So if, for example, somebody is a user of Zine and they don't like where I'm taking Zine, I mean, it's my project. I decide where it goes. I understand that somebody, I could do that in a better or worse way. So, for example, if I added a bunch of features that took Zine one way and then I roll them back and I move a completely different direction, I'm definitely having an annoying behavior, and I could understand some users being annoyed by that. So for example, I'm conservative when it comes to adding features to Zine, specifically because I want to add things that I'm confident I want to have, so that I have very low chances of having to roll them back afterwards, because it's annoying for everybody. But at the same, and you could argue that in a sense, rsync is promising you a given level of stability, and they might be taking that back by vibe coding. But again, was this judged this way? I don't think this judged was this way. Like, I think that people just, reacted by looking at the graphs, and then they went on a witch hunt. So I think there's a blog post from the author that, says reasonable stuff, which again does not make me happy, but they say reasonable stuff. So there's a thing that I think, let me see if I can find the blog post. rsync and outrage. Yeah, this is a blog post from I believe the maintainer, where essentially they say that this guy is a retired developer who essentially now is tasked with maintaining rsync, and then he got a bunch of security, what's it called? Yeah, you know that now people have LLMs find out vulnerabilities in software. So apparently he got a ton of reports about vulnerabilities, which he believed to be valid, and which prompted him to go and redo and improve and work on the testing harness, the testing methodology for the project. But he also didn't want to do all the work himself because, he's old, has a family, is retired, whatever. And so essentially for him was either I don't do anything, or if I do something, I'll do that through LLMs, because, I don't want to have to type everything out. I want to do, he uses the word grunt work. I want to have the AI do grunt work. Now, do you buy this argument that having AI do the grunt work is good? Debatable. But is this guy, like, is his perspective of this whole thing on this whole thing understandable? I think it is. Like, that's the effort that he's willing to put in, and not more than that. And you cannot fault an open source maintainer for not wanting to put more effort than they actually want into a project. I do think, though, that you could argue that a piece of software that is as important as rsync should not be left to maintain by somebody who wants to do other stuff other than maintaining the software. And so what do we do at that point? We fork. The solution is we fork. Then somebody who does have the energy and the willingness to put that kind of effort is the person that should step up and well, not take over necessarily, because obviously taking over the project would be something that you do with the consent of the actual owner of the project, but you step up in the sense of forking. So I think that I haven't written this blog post. I think I'll probably not write it because it's becoming a daunting thing. But I see this as a form of open source kleptomania, where you think that you own something that was never given to you. What was given to you is the license. You were never given ownership of the code in the copyright sense, nor you were given stewardship. It is true that there is a relationship that gets built over time between the maintainer of the project and the users of the project, and there are behavior that is, not necessarily wrong by the licensing, but it is behavior that is undesirable. So that part I understand, but at the same time, I do think that just going into the issues and memeing at people, I don't know, it in practice does not lead to particularly good outcomes. Then on the other hand, you have the HH. Boy, do I hate that guy. I really never agree on anything that this motherfucker has to say. Holy shit. Where's his stupid website? Does he have a link on his website? Is this the website? This is not the website that I'm thinking. Hello? There we go. Oh, he posted it under world.hey.com. Why? Yeah, thank you. I found it in the end. So let the agents democratize open source. The open source movement spent decades fighting for everyone's right to change software. Though free access to code and permitting licenses to release improvements, at the dawn of the AI revolution, as this mission is finally broadly fulfilled, it's clear that everyone never actually meant everyone to some. See, all programmers are equal, but some programmers are more equal than others. By the way, it's hilarious to find people like DHH go all socialist all of a sudden. Everybody's a socialist when it comes to somebody else's property. If you're a programmer being associated, oh my god, I'm reading this so bad. If you're I'm almost like the Primogen. If you're a programmer being assisted by AI, you are not a real programmer. Therefore, you aren't entitled to the same supposedly universal open source rights. Or so the self-serving thinking goes in the growing number of anti-agent camps springing up as part of the modern Luddite movement. Projects big and small have been erecting new participation barriers on contributions aided by AI to preserve the privileges of the old programmer guilds. This is a perfectionist tale as all this time. And the justifications are just as tired. It's about quality. It's about attribution. It's about workers. Spare me. It's about you, your insecurities, and your privileges. Humans have been writing shitty software with dodgy attribution and plenty of bugs since 5 minutes after the thing materialized, blah, blah, blah. Okay, anyway, you get the idea. So I find this hilarious. Again, this is kleptomania to me. I read this and I think this is open source kleptomania. Sorry, you get the code. You can use the code. I develop it the way I want. You do not get to pontificate, to have a say over that. And again, this is about democratizing open source. Man, you can fork. Just fork. Fork everything. Go fork the project yourself. I find it insane. Like, why does this guy feel the need to put his hands in my pockets? It's my project. I run it how I want. If I want to run a project where I only accept AI contributions, it is my right to do so. And you get a license to use it. You already get a lot. You already get a ton. Why do you want anything more? Like, why do you think maybe I understand that you're wanting more. Obviously, people always want more. But like, why do you think that you owed more than this already? We never agreed on this. I have never agreed on any of these, anything more than just what the license says. Man, this is so stupid. Again, if your project, for example, if you're running a project that is, let's say, I'll pick up a example completely at random. You run a project where you tell to the world that you're going to revolutionize, I don't know, one thing at random, like the server-side runtime world for JavaScript. the old thing is slow and clunky to use. I'm gonna make the new thing, and I'm gonna make it nicer to use and faster. And we're gonna, we're sailing towards the future. The whole thing is busted, and there's gonna be the future of JavaScript runtimes is bright. And then you essentially trick people into using your thing. And then at some point you rug pull them, and your thing, it gets sold to a giant company that only cares about its own use cases. And then you start vibe coding it, like going insane. And then the bugs that you put in there, you don't really ever plan to fix those things really well. Yeah, that sucks. You kind of led people into believing that you lied about your intentions in a sense. So this can happen, and it is understandable and correct to have an opinion over those things. But at the same time, open source in a sense, it's a gift, right? So and the gift is a license. It's not ownership of the code. So I don't know. I find this whole thing unbelievably stupid. And I also am laughing my ass. Like when I read this the first time, I was laughing my ass off because it's like, this is what you would expect a, pink hair, American leftist. And it's like, no, it's DSH. It's an Ameriboo from Europe who is definitely not left wing writing this shit. Oh my god. So I don't know. I'm not in love with this thing. Here's one last example, which I think is telling. When Redis Labs changed the license of Redis, everybody went insane. Again, was I happy that Redis Labs changed the license of Redis from BSD to whatever their own license was, the Redis source available license, which is not really open source? Was I happy? No, I wasn't. But we go back to the original point. How was Redis Labs able to change the license? Redis Labs was able to change the license for two reasons. One, the reason why they didn't do it before is because they didn't own the assets that would allow them to change the license. Because the copyright, the trademark, the repository, the official website was owned by Antirez. Antirez owned all these assets. Redis Labs had no control over any of that. Then at some point, Antirez gave these assets, gave these things to Redis Labs. And now Redis Labs was the owner of these things. And since they got them, I wasn't in the room when the deal happened. Maybe they bought them. Maybe they got them for free. Maybe they traded them for a bottle of wine. I don't know. But the point is that this stuff was Antirez's to give, and they happen to be the recipient of that stuff. So now they have it, and what do you think that, like, it's theirs to play with now? So if you want to complain about the license change that Redis Labs did, in a sense, you should complain about Antirez giving it to them in the first place. But again, I'm not suggesting that you should, because you're essentially putting your hands in his pockets. That stuff was his. He gave you a license. He never gave you the trademark. He never gave you the websites. He never gave you the repository. That stuff was still his to give to somebody. And then when Redis Labs got it, that right went to them. In conclusion, people think, and I think that part of this is because the big tech has also kind of instilled this sentiment in the public, because they're happy that the public doesn't understand this stuff for real and just understands a toy version of reality. But if you want something to really be given to the public in a sense, then you should expect this stuff at the very least what you should expect is that this stuff is put in a non-profit organization. Like Zig is more than just the open source license, because because the ownership of all these things is not Andrew's, is in a non-profit organization which has a mission, whose mission is actually something that the foundation has to follow legally. You can have legal recourse if the foundation doesn't fulfill its mission. So that means actually being given, well, it's not like we're, any individual person really owns the thing, but it is really given up the ownership of the project for the common good, if you will. Until projects do that, you cannot expect them to do anything more than what the license says. You have no legal recourse, and you shouldn't expect them to do anything more than that. So, for example, I think that for Redis, it would have been nice if Redis would have ended up in a nonprofit organization and, went for a completely different trajectory in the later life of the project. But that's not what happened. And so either you somehow got in talks with Anti-Reds and convinced them to put everything into a nonprofit organization and completely change the way that Redis was run. I guess realistically you would have to have done that before Redis Labs got involved with Redis at all. But since that did not happen, you can't complain. You should be you should appreciate that you're already given a lot. The fact that you are given a license in perpetuity to use the software for free, that is already a lot that people are giving you. And so I think that being too opinionated about what people do with their projects, in my opinion, is a form of open source kleptomania. And at the same time, it has the side effect that it makes you not appreciate enough when the owners of something really give it to you for real. And I mean, when they actually create a nonprofit organization that owns the assets. That I think is, it's considered, that's nice. I mean, some people do do properly appreciate the implications behind having a nonprofit organization, but a lot of the public is just completely ignorant of these things. And so, which funnily enough gives a handle to, how, do you remember how AWS complained, oh no, Redis Labs is betraying the community by changing the license of Redis. If there was a community to betray, they wouldn't even be able to change the license, because it would mean that the copyright is of the Redis code base is shared by enough people that you cannot realistically relicense it. The fact that they were able to relicense it, by the way, also means that there weren't all that many external contributors to Redis. It was mostly Anti-Res and people at Redis Labs and the occasional AWS patch. So, I don't know. I think people need to understand this a little bit better, and they need to understand that they need to understand exactly what type of relationship they are building with their software and with the maintainers of that software. I think there's a lot of more projects out there that should be in non-profit organizations, and that is not happening. And then everybody freaks out when the inevitable happens. And at the same time, I should add, the inevitable is also, I'm going to say, while it might be bad, it is also something that remains in the power of who actually owns the thing. DHH doesn't even make a proper argument throughout his post. He just turns down anything anyone might have against the eye with that's just devs feeling insecure. Yeah, I don't understand this blog post. I mean, I understand it in the wider, in terms of like bigger picture. This is more like of a political statement than it is an actual blog post about open source. Because obviously it is obviously so, because the whole argument in that blog post is immediately deflated by just saying, dude, fork the project. You want to do things differently, fork the fucking project and do whatever you want with it. nobody is preventing you from changing the code. That is something that is absolutely inconsequential, and you can even keep pulling changes from the upstream project if you want. Obviously, it's up to you to make sure that your fork is, you know, manageable. But I mean, you have the clanker doing the work. Fuck it, have the clanker do whatever it is necessary. What do clanker upstream, well, downstream changes from the upstream project. Do whatever it takes. Make no mistakes. So I don't know. I find it. I find this whole thing entirely. This whole thing is entirely based on ignorance of how these relationships are actually structured, ignorance of the importance of having non-profit organizations that run open source projects, and at the same time, respect for the people who really give you a lot, but who ultimately maintain ownership of their copyright, of the trademarks, and everything related. And you demanding more of them is not really the right move. First of all, it's ineffective in practice. But second, unless you somehow believe that private property shouldn't exist, and for example, I have this feeling that DHH is fine with private property. Unless you outside of that blog post, I suspect that he is fine with the concept of private property. Unless you are against the concept of private property, that stuff is not your to decide. You have a license, which is already a lot. Ah, man. Which, by the way, also points at the fact that, you know, if I'm serious about keeping Zin an open source project, and same with the Webo, these projects also kind of need to find a non-profit home. Otherwise, they're gonna still be mined, and boy, will I decide what to do with them. I'll sell them to the first guy who offers $10. Yeah, exactly. There's gonna be I'm gonna take a Webo. I'm gonna make it a worse Discord. Giant rag pool. It is really sad. Um, you know what? I will say that I myself have, without a doubt, communicated my dislike for the Redis license change to a degree in the past. I mean, I did that to a degree where I definitely did not put the proper emphasis on the fact that um, the ownership of that code was always anti-Res's, and then he sold it to Redis Labs, and then it is Redis Labs that decides what to do with it. I can say also uh, without any doubt that I do think that the license change was absolutely a horrible move by the CEO. That was definitely the CEO just not understanding what he was doing. I am very confident with that. Um, but it was nevertheless something that was in the right to do because they were the owners of this stuff. And if you wanted things to be different, Redis should have been in a nonprofit. And so if it never went in a nonprofit, it's you have no right to demand anything more than what you are given. I and watched a talk by the Software Conservancy Foundation. They essentially use GPL to fight hardware companies for the most part. Let's see if I lost some comments. Hmm. On the flip side, slash license changes is always bother me when people do open source and then complain that others are stealing it by using it within the bounds of the license. Mongo Redis. Yeah. I think that you can give software out with a license that allows for certain things. And it's not necessary that you have to like those things. For example, Zig has a license that allows you to use it to build rockets and then go murder people with them. Just put it in a giant rocket, genocide an entire population, powered by Zig. You can do it. Do we like it? Probably not. Do we have to like it? I don't think we do. That being said, I'm obviously purposefully bringing up an example that fits this perspective like a glove. Um, where it's there's a lot of distance between the two things, and so in the case of like Redis and Mongo complaining about AWS stealing their stuff, that is it hits closer home, so it's more nuanced. In a sense, it's the kettle calling the pot black, or whatever that expression is supposed to be, in the sense that originally anti-res made the I'm talking about Redis specifically. Mongo, I don't know, fuck Mongo, I hate it, so I don't care. But Redis originally was made by anti-res, and then essentially Redis Labs was kind of like AWS in the sense that they were both external companies that were exploiting the open source project. But then Redis Labs did so in a different way, because they were, they were more symbiotic about it. If you want to be spicy, you could say that they were parasitic about it. I would never say that, but it was a closer relationship than what AWS had with Redis. And so, in a sense, Redis Labs started thinking that they were Redis. I mean, the whole tagline was at some point the home of Redis. And so they felt entitled to have to be in a special place. At the same time, there were people at Redis Labs that were contributing to the code base, certainly in a different way than the way AWS was. I don't know. It was messy. I will say the one thing that I really hated about AWS is that AWS was hell bent on essentially railroading Redis into just being a dumb cache. There were a lot of Redis features that were turned off in Elasticache, and they had no intention of turning them on or even telling people that those things existed. So why? Because AWS has a portfolio of services that they sell, and they don't want customers to be confused, right? They want customers to they want every single when you sell services, you want your services to be clear in terms of which one you should use as a user. So they do not appreciate Redis getting out of its cache cell and kind of hinting that it could be kind of a message queue, kind of a database, depending on how you configure it, and whatever trade-offs you are fine with. And that sucks, because it essentially like distorts the public perception of the project. I've met so many people that had no idea that you could use Redis, to do queues, for example. Even though Redis is oftentimes a backend that you can use for persistent jobs, stuff like Celery. That's Python. I don't know the Ruby ones. In any case, you can use it as a backend for a bunch of these things. But people didn't know that you could even use it directly because it had a list data type, or that it has a stream data type. They really didn't know anything about this stuff. Like the stream data type, for example, is kind of completely broken if you don't enable all the persistency options. And so that was really annoying. I really hated that. You could argue that Redis Labs did kind of the same in the opposite sense, in the sense that they were hell bent on the database use case, because that's where they thought the money was. And so they wanted to sell Redis as the ultimate database, which is not. I still think that is better than what AWS was saying. um, so, but to conclude, what was Reddy's writing in whining about AWS taking all the money? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. But at least from what I know, I would say it was complicated. That's for sure. Anyway, okay, what are we doing here? We're fixing. Oh, holy shit! We're fixing the build script, right? Because we're done with Ziggy, and now we're doing Super HTML, and now we have to fix the build script. Not saying that AWS acted as a good member of the community. Oh no, it definitely didn't. That's for sure. But I guess my point is that it those things kind of intertwined. So like some of the complaints that Redis Labs had with regards to AWS behavior, kind of weaved into the things that I mentioned. Ultimately, obviously, it's corporate greed versus corporate greed. Uh, that doesn't change. Yeah, I think in this story, neither side is the good one. There are like just bad sides, and then you pick which one you think you feel was the worst. Maybe, I guess, depending on how you want to see it. So new find program just wants one argument. Sounds good. Why do I see the CD in here? Let's see. Expected type options found pointer. Oh, okay. Wait a second. I'm actually surprised. Why does my go to definition bring me? Oh no, it did bring me to the right place. Never mind. So options that contains names. Find program lazy. Wait a second. Let's read this. Immediately in the configure phase, searches for an executable on the host that has more than one possible name. On its function poisons the configuration cache. Oh shit. So it is only appropriate when the existence of the program or its output needs to be observed in the configuration logic. For more information, see cache poison documentation. You know what? That might be something that I never realized. And maybe this might be a reason why my build scripts would, require rebuilding more than I assumed they would. That being said, get git version. Does it need to be done now? Yeah, it totally needs to be done now. No, wait, what did I write in here? You're not unknown. Oh. Okay. Sorry guys, I lost some things. Let's see, might be a good time to chat about this. Wait, do you mean us chatting about it? Would Andrews allow if he was given billions, maybe even rewrite Ziggin Rust? I don't think so. What would it take to speed up the process of releasing binaries from the master branch? Masons translate C fix merged 5 days ago, but I still don't see it reflected in master builds. Um, be aware that Translate C is a separate package. So right now, the build system does have a built-in Translate C, but that's I don't think it even gets updated at all ever, and it is going away. Translate C is becoming a package. So if you want the latest Translate C, you just look at Ziglang at the Ziglang organization / Translate C, and the fixes for the build system. Once it gets back to it, okay. No, not okay. Um, no. Okay, maybe you're referring to something that I'm just not aware of. But in general, when you use Translate C, the package, you use the definitions that it offers. And so the Translate C, so you're using functions that you import from the Translate C package, and you use those to define the Translate C job. Now, the Translate C module, I said package. Yeah, I'll keep saying package. The Translate C package obviously has to rely ultimately on what the build system has. So maybe you're right, and maybe there is a thing that is missing in the build system proper that Translate C needs to work properly. But I'm not aware of any of this stuff. As far as I know, everything that Mason did was higher level, but I could totally be wrong. Yeah, no, it's been a while. Yeah, no, you do not do b.add translate c. You zig fetch the translate c package, and then you use functions from the package. This what you're mentioning, the b.translate c add translate c stuff. That is the vendor translate c, and that is I don't think that is being updated. But and yes, it is going away. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, working on this. Um, okay, so this is being maintained, which is curious. I did not expect that to be the case. Um, I would still recommend you use the package. If you can get out of b.add translate c, use the package. That would be my recommendation. As for how long it takes for these things to reach the website, I don't know. You have to look at the. Oh, you know what might be happening? By the way, I experienced some of this myself. I think we have builds failing, and they're not failing for good reasons. I pushed some things earlier today. The Oh, wait a second. This one succeeded. Triggered by Forjo actions, but the ones triggered by me failed. That might be a hint. Anyway, yeah, we probably are lagging behind with when it comes to releases. I've also seen discussions about this. I also think that it takes much longer for Master Branch stuff to come out because I don't know if you noticed, but I don't know if you've seen how many things are uh have to be built now to get on the homepage. Like, check this out. There's a ton of things. We didn't have all this stuff before. This is all because of Alex. So we have x86-64 Arch, x86, x86-64 Arch macOS, ARM, RISC-V, PowerPC, Little Endian, x86 Long Arch, X390X. So we now have a lot more test coverage and machines. But obviously, this stuff has a cost in terms of making a release requires cross compiling all these bad boys. And that is a lot of work. I'm going to give Alex a big smooch. Okay. I want to see that. And I will definitely not let him know so that he is not prepared for it. Okay, so filters, beat or args or else. How does this shit work? I guess we're regressing this filtering stuff a bit. I guess we're just regressing these. Add pass-through args. Okay, so we fix this. Then we have b build root. This becomes b.root dir dot path, I believe. Okay. Update LSP kit. Okay, we're making progress. Except that now all the metaprogramming shit has to unravel itself. No filter member function get last or null in array list aligned blah blah blah. There's no get last or null. Please tell me the get last returns an optional. It does. Okay. Deprecated. Use field names and field types instead. Okay. And this is in element.zig 720. Come again? Keys equals plus plus. Enum from int f dot value. What was I doing here? Did you see the video of the badge? I saw the one that you originally, I think you already published on the website. Are you referring to a new video? I can watch the old one as well. I think that some people in chat might appreciate it, but I'm wondering if there's a new one. Umbilical cord. Yeah, let me just quickly download my Discord updates. Hmm. I am in general. Is it up or did you post it in the wrong place? Up. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you're talking, I think we're not. No, I don't think you're talking. Otherwise, I think we would hear it. Okay. Yeah, that's the. I remember it. The Metal Gear countdown. Plasma. Oh yeah. Matt, I have to say, what did you do to this camera? Because it's so greasy. There's reflections everywhere. Yeah. Okay, I can promise you that if you clean the lens, your iPhone camera can do better than that. Okay, what is f dot value in this context? What is f dot value in this context? Oh, wait, this is an enum. Okay, I get it. This is an enum. Oh, wait, so it's not field types they want. Field names. Yeah, field types doesn't work in an enum. Um yeah, so how do we get the enum value? Damn. Okay, so this is definitely not a thing. Um let's look at ast.kind. Yeah, there's a lot of these guys. Can you just do this? I think you can just do this, right? Field ast.kind, comma f underscore name. I think this should work. I think this should be the right fix. Or not. Maybe we broke something else. Expected integer type found AST kind. Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, was I dumb all along? Was this what I wanted to do? Yeah, because it's enum from int. It's not enum. It's not int from enum. Wait, was that what it was supposed to be all along? Okay. Elements, all completions. Um, but what do we do from fields? We get f.name. Is it all f.name? It's just f.name. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, folders fixed this problem. That is nice. That is nice. Okay, we have fields in element. There's another fields. Do. In lineup condition must be comp time known. Oh no. Unable to resolve comp time value. Oh, really? Oh, are these guys not marked in line? They are not marked in line. Uh, so we put a comp time in front of it. That helps. What's the next problem? That there's more usage of fields. Yeah. I'm assuming that this is going to be another instance of field names. Yeah, these are all f.name. Okay, that was it apparently. So we passed tests. Okay. Um, so it turns out that we can also update scripty and be fine with it. So build test clean should pass now. Yup. I keep forgetting. We need to update also the zone file. Okay. Super MD. Okay, we're getting there. This should be the last project before the zine proper. Yeah. Is there a timeline for unblocking a Weibo? Good question. So my plan is to now see where we're at with Zine, because I think that Zine was impacted by less than a Weibo. So I would like for Zine to get to a point where I really can remove all the hacks and then push the Ziggy update uh, and merge it into Zine, because I have some new Ziggy features that haven't made it to Zine yet, and then uh, and then focus on a Weibo. But I think that a Weibo is of the two is the one that relies the most on Translate C. So I'm leaving it second in a sense, because it's been a while that I should have done some work on Zine. So essentially, I'm just not procrastinating even more on that. I don't know. As for the timeline, man, I'm hoping that like in a month or less, we can go back to it. I mean, it's not like you cannot do anything with it. I just want it to feel good. And if I can't cross compile as well as I would like, if I can't see, I think if I cannot add, mess with the C code on macOS because the header fails to import, that also sucks. So I would like for this stuff to be in working condition. But I would say this: it's not like I'm not doing anything for a Weibo. Uh, I got this merged yesterday, so Veka helped me get it in there. Um, so this is one that was annoying on macOS. Anything on macOS that depended on even just core services would not work with this merged. As of yesterday, this stuff we should be back in business with all these things. So long story short, I'm not working on a Weibo, uh, but I'm trying to get the Translate C stuff unblocked, and I'm not the only one. Actually, I would even say I'm not the one that works on it the hardest. Obviously, Veka works more, but even when it comes to other contributors, they definitely have been working harder than me. But I'm doing my little part in unblocking Translate C, and if we unblock Translate C, then we can make progress with the Weibo. Uh, uh, um. Now, what the fuck is happening here? File exists in module dependencies.scripty, and dependencies.scripty. Oh, wait. These are two scripties. Wait a second. These are two scripties. How are we getting there? How do we end up with two different scripties, man? How is it that we end up with two different scripties? Because this is saying this belongs to scripty 0.1, blah, blah, blah. And this is another one, but it has a different hash. So the in theory, this thing should replace all scripties everywhere. So they should be in agreement. How is it that we end up with these agreements about scripty? That is sus. That is suspicious. I guess we can fetch scripty and update it. Wow, look at that. That helps. But that is so weird. That is so weird. That should not be the case. This should definitely not be the case. How do we end up in this situation? Anyway. Oh, now we have translate C. No field name p thread instruct pkg config parsed. Ouch. You need a newer Zig version. Um, Unfortunately, this is the latest available on the website. Uh, I could build my own. We could build our own. Do I have a VM22? I think I do. So in theory, I could build my own Zig. It's gonna take a while though. Hmm. You know what? Maybe this might be a good place where to stop. I can kick off a build locally, and but I don't think I want to wait for that on stream and then do more work after it's done, since it's gonna take a few minutes. And we're approaching dinner time, so this has not been a super long stream, but it's been 4 hours. Got one more link for you? Sure, share. Loophole Labs. The math changed the writing style open source in the AI era. Oh, let's see the TLDR. Until recently, rewriting an established open source project could take years. With LLMs, that's changed. We're rewriting Creo in Zig and expect to be complete in months, not years. The fuck is Creo? Creo. Things I don't need. 200k lock. Mostly C. 300 plus issues, many years old. Tight, maintainable, optimized. What? um, so rewriting stale open source, that is interesting. So what if there is so I'm assuming the stale means the project has been essentially abandoned and it's been there for a while, and a lot of things are clearly, in need of maintenance because variety of reasons. Bugs have been found that were never fixed. Build system is crappy and doesn't support targets that it could support. It's just that the work was never done. Maybe they use obsolete features, so like they use CMake, but they do super obsolete stuff that any reasonably modern version of CMake doesn't even support anymore. I don't know, that kind of stuff. What about rewriting this stuff with LLMs? Hmm. Uh, it's actively worked on. Well, um, yeah, but I wanted to. I think they did it because it's GPL. Oh no, are they really rewriting it into a non from GPL to non GPL? Okay, let's see. Yeah, checkpoint restore tool. Checkpoint and restoring user space, a utility to checkpoint restore Linux tasks. I'm not sure I understand what this is supposed to be. You can freeze a running application or part of it and checkpoint it to a hard drive as a collection of files. You can then use the files to restore and run the application from the point it was frozen at. How do you deal with stuff like address layout randomization? I don't. I guess that this has to. That has to be a limit of the system, right? You cannot do this correctly with what's called ASRL. Well, whatever that thing. A distinct feature of the Cube project is that it's mainly implemented in user space. ALSR, thank you. There are some more projects doing this stuff. Yes, I think I read it right, even though it was spelled wrong. I read it right. I had it in the back of my mind, but anyway, appears to be the most feature rich and up to date with the kernel. Okay, so oh, where is that stuff? Oh no, oh there we go. Reaching for the obvious tool. How open source projects go stale? The issues we kept running into and the workarounds we kept piling on top of each other weren't really crew problems. Is this blog post written by AI? I usually try to not even think about it and I give the writer the maximum benefit of the doubt every single time. But in this case, I'm actually really wondering. People have passions, almost obsessions. And no amount of patching around of the edges was going to fix them. We had things in our lives where we utterly obsessed with for a while and then we just grew away from. Maintaining that intensity over years, let alone decades, is genuinely hard. At the start of a project, everything is new. Every commit moves the needle. The world doesn't stop. When Crew started in 2012, Go had just hit 1.0. Rust was 3 years from its first stable release. Zig wouldn't exist for another 4. The Linux kernel did not have IO ORing. ABPF, as we know, it did not exist. Containers were a niche curiosity rather than the substrate of half the world's compute. Build systems, CI, package management, testing conventions, documentation, tooling, all of it has moved, often more than once. When a project doesn't keep refactoring towards its environment, the world around it slowly drifts out of it. The tales are subtle. Here's on page is still a MediaWiki installed in 2026. It's the kind of detail that doesn't matter on its own, but reads like a wallpaper from the wrong decade. Equality marks the project stopped renovating. Huh. Okay, so they're writing their own. Well, okay. Do I love it? I don't know. But you know what? Um, the writing is very breathless. Yeah, I agree. I don't love it, but you know what? At least they're not going to the maintainers and bitching at them because man, why are you not moving to Zig? Why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing that? That part I think is fair. Is this a legitimate? So what's happening when you're forking a project that still exists, that still is being maintained, is that essentially it's a vote of no confidence, right? That you're kind of giving to the maintainers, and you're saying, you know what, I can do it better. The question is, can they actually do it better, or are they doing that for other reasons? I don't know. I guess in that sense, you would say that if they do it manually, it might seem like there is more genuine effort behind it than with AI, because with AI, anybody could do this kind of stuff without having to put in any skin on the game. So you, I think it's reasonable to be more suspicious if that is the case. But what the end outcome will be, I don't know. people were saying that these are like the container people. This is from the OpenVZ team that gave us Linux containers. Yeah, so I guess they're not randos. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What a story. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna stop here. We made some progress. I need to take a look at SuperMD, and after that, it's gonna be Zine time. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll do that on Monday. So expect a stream either tomorrow or on Monday. We'll see. Thank you all for hanging out. And